Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to Saturday before the holiday stream. I want to thank Griff Gear for becoming a member. Is everything working? I feel like I'm missing something. How's everyone doing? Hey, Jose. Hey, Arthur. Hey, Bill. Hey, Kevin, Jess K, Aaron, Scott, Steve, Lars, hey, DJ, Derek, and Tuxedo, and Bruno. How is everybody? Reese. Who else do we have here? Let me catch up. How is everyone? Mega T Blaster and Niels. Hey, Dragon Flame. Hey, Tracy. Hey, Stephen B. Steve Clark. Alex. How is everyone? Hey, Dave. Welcome. TJ and Johan. Tim. Bake FL. McDonald. Obi-Wan. Hey, Ballistic Tech. How are you? Whew. Back on the Switchwire build today. So, are we ready? So, wearing my Welsh shirt from the GPs and his wife. So, I want to thank you. Little style, very artistic Welsh dragon on there. Hey, Zach. I was born on a Friday. Welcome. Nutty. Miroslav. Apollo. Hey. Los Inc. How is everyone? I'm trying to catch up. I'm missing some, but that's always the case, right? Hey, RS Mix. Hey, Collie. Hey, Nathan. Hey, Lester. I think I said hi, Andres and Tuxedo and Doom Crew. Doom Crew. I've had my blaster pistol on the mind. I need to get parts printed for that. I don't know when though. It'll be soon. Whew, is everybody ready for the holiday? Anybody who cares to get ready? I'm not ready, but ready or not, here it comes. Hey, Nappin. Hey, John. Redacted, thanks for being a member. Just wanted to thank you again. Appreciate it. Old Ballon. Hey, Shammy. How are you? Ready as you can be. Yeah, pretty much. I've been printing, the thing I've been printing today and yesterday are some ornaments out of the Matter Hackers Quantum filament. So I needed something easy, fairly simple, but had some impact. So really good pattern to show off the dual extrusion filament. So, we ever ready? No. Go to Walmart this morning. That was fun. I sent my son to Walmart, so yeah, these are printed. This is here. Let me see if I can find the model, because it'll be asked. I think it's a pine cone ornament is what it comes up as. Nope. Let's try pine ornament. Oh boy. So here's how I found it. I went to the ornaments competition and I scrolled for about 5 minutes because there's so many entries. And if I try to do that right now, I don't think I'm gonna find it. So, but what I did, I printed these on the Mark IV with a 0.4 nozzle, but I set 0.6 millimeter extrusion width and vase mode, and they are nice and strong and turned out pretty good. And it's a 0.3 millimeter layer height too. So, what do we have here? Apollo, thank you for the gifted memberships. So mean sending my son. Well, he had to do his last minute shopping anyway. So I had him stop by Walmart, which is next to where he was going, because I'm responsible for bringing eggnog to one of the places. So, welcome all the new members. Hey, Jose. Hey, No Spike Mike. Hey, Griff Gear. Quick question about revC. Any hardware changes or just printing and assembly changes? Well, this is not a Voron revC. So this is a tweak, the value add that LDO has done for the Switchwire kit. So what they've, basically the core printer is the same. There's no changes. They added a touchscreen that's offset mount on the front. I'm pretty sure to avoid the handles for the enclosure doors, and the Nighthawk USB connected tool head board are the core things that have been changed on this from Voron spec. So, what else do we have here? A John McClane ornament, give to my sister. Nice. It's on the main page, I believe. Really? Yeah, I don't see it immediately. Look in your downloads for the file name. Is there a, oh, it's on a different computer. So I don't use this computer usually to slice. So they are special filament. That's the Matter Hackers Quantum. Other companies have dual extrusion filament, including Polymaker. So I'm trying to CAD while listening, so I'll miss most of the chat. Really love seeing all of you. Yeah, thanks for being here, Dave. It's already Sunday. It is. This is the new Sunday. Remember we had July or June 31st. This is Sunday in December. If you're logged in, you can see downloaded models in your profile. Well, let me find out. Oh, I gotta log in. Give me a moment. It's worth checking. Shoot, what is my password? Printables. Why? Okay. Let's try that. Printable. Let me make sure I'm away from a camera. Why is that not coming up? My password manager. Or is it under Prusa? Not printables. Probably under Prusa. Yes, it is. Okay. I got it. Let's go here. And two-factor. Ah, I lost it. Okay, let's find out. Where are we? Are they dual color? I'm scrolled up. Hey, Scott, thank you. Hey, Mr. Joddity. Oh, PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. No, was that? Yes. And thanks for being a member for 19 months. What's mounted on the wall behind you? It looks like a roof rack. It is. It's the roof rack for my STI. It is. Are you welcome? You are welcome. Yes. Yes. Password manager is great. I'm using the one that Tracy suggested, actually. I'm reminded how nice it is because we were just forced to start using a different one dedicated for my work, and it's terrible. I don't even remember what it's called, but it's terrible. Surprisingly small bet on that Phoenix. Let me see. Is there a downloaded models? My profile. Like downloaded models. Hey, awesome. There is. There it is. Okay, I found it. I have found it. This is it. This. And oh, pine cone Christmas ball, not ornament. So that broke the search. Hey, Troy. There we are. Yep, exactly. Let me paste the link here. So this is what I was showing. That's these guys. These keep ass and love it. This is Dashlane. Apollo, thanks for being a member for 7 months. Troy. I'm literally at a cabin in the snowy woods right now, so I'll just be lurking. Thanks for being here, Nogorut. Where did you find the jig to drill the holes to the bed carriage? It's in the Switchwire repo. It's there in the Switchwire GitHub. So posting an instance. Nathan, thanks for being a member. And this is, so just for reference, let's see. It is Matter Hacker. This in particular is Matter Hacker's Quantum filament. And I printed the blue-green and the green raspberry. Green raspberry and blue-green are the two filaments I used. Who else makes? I know Polymaker makes some, right? Who else makes a dual color? Because I want to say you don't have to go to Matter Hacker, you don't have to go to Polymaker. What is it? Dual silk. So the dual silk type stuff is what this would be. Here's like the blue-green. So, Thunder Keys, thanks for being a member. Inland makes one, okay. Airy One does a bunch. What is this? Do not show. Go away. Go away. Don't show this recommendation again. There we go. Cookie Cad. Oh, Cookie Cad makes one? Nice. Anyway, that is that. Micro Center sells a bunch. Yeah, where outside the US can you get it? That's a great question. DJ saying Redline in Germany. That's a great question. Where, for those that can't get some of these US filaments, can they get dual extrusion filaments? I think if you search for dual extrusion filament, might be a good starting point for keywords. Hey K2 Kevin, welcome. Creality makes one. Okay. 3D Jake. Airy One. Nice. Very nice. Anyway, these turned out pretty good. I'm pretty pleased. Get another look at these. As you spin it, and hopefully sitting on the tree, it can kind of reflect the ooh, that's a good view. Very, very small surface area for printing though. I did put a disc. I didn't do a brim because a brim is one layer and doesn't actually bond to the print usually. So I just put a disc under it and then I cut it off. Hey Pezlis, welcome. You seen that mod for the Switchwire AB motor mounts that adds a mount point to the Z extrusions? I've seen stuff like that. But for the most part, we're going to build this spec with the LDO changes. So, okay, we left off on the Switchwire with pretty good progress. This is where we're at. We got all the way through to mounting the bed carriage and the XY or the XZ idlers and the stepper mounts. Before we go too much further, out of order, I'm going to put the rubber feet on here temporarily so I don't scratch up my bench moving this around. So these screw heads here are just going to continually scratch my bench here. So Anzo, welcome. Brent, morning all from Texas. I'm having a good day. Maybe hanging it with a string will allow them to spin a bit more. Yeah. Could even do like a fishing swivel, lure swivel would be easy and low profile. So let me see if I can find the box with the feet. And then we'll get moving. Did you reprint the skirt pieces? I did not. The consensus was that the the visible filament swap was not offensive, and I kind of agree. It's not bad. So, hey Zarp, hey Biney, hey Tomcat, hey Fixter Jake. So this comes with some fairly low profile feet compared to the other printers. This is new. I didn't know this was going to be here, which is kind of nice. We'll see how, I'm sure they've accounted for the lower height in the screen, so we'll see. Okay, and then we'll need some 3030 M5s to mount these two. Hey Sanity, welcome. Just do this. The color looks like a nice pinstripe. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not, it's probably not worth the many hours and setup to reprint them. At least. How will the cable pass through the skirt now? I will be cutting a hole. Good call, Sean. I would have figured it out. I will be cutting a hole. Okay, and then I think I can use, I might have to bump up to bigger screws here, but M5 by 10s, I'm guessing will work for now. Deck panels will look better in orange. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of options on that, at least. Why the, there we go. So, YouTube has a new bug, apparently. It will not allow me to pin any of my own posts. So, I've made Bill a moderator and asked him to post the giveaway link for Polymaker filament that we do every week. And it allowed me to pin that, so. Hey, Mutlu. Eclipse, thanks for the gifted memberships. Where are we at? Oh yeah, we're at 240 people already. We can, a Saturday stream, we can make our 300 like goal, right? We can do it. YouTube bugs, no way. Yeah. I was late because decorating the tree. Nice. Did you give away the other 5 memberships for the month? Not yet. Good call. Thanks for the reminder, Jonathan. I will do that. Okay, now we can set this down and I don't have to worry about scratching up my table. Hey Star Rose, welcome. Hey Ken. Yeah, I will, let's do that right now. Then I don't have to worry about remembering. So I am going to gift 5 memberships. There we go. Awesome. There you go, Star Rose. Just realized you're wearing our Welsh shirt. Yes. Yes. With the very artistic Welsh dragon on there. It fits well. I like it. Thank you. Let's give people a chance. Hey, Matt. Is this traditional time for you to decorate a tree? Okay, let's see. Oh, it's dragon versus large truck. When you say it that way, it's terrible. Okay, back on the instructions. So we installed the mounts, the XZ stepper mounts. And then we installed the idler and mounts. And then we have the XZ joints. Let me see. Hopefully I brought all those in here because I had to reprint a couple of them. Okay. Hey Arthur, welcome. Hey Matt. Yeah, it's nice to chat with you too. That's fun. So Justin Brecor hosts a Wednesday evening just kind of maker hangout on Twitch. And I've had an invite for a few weeks now. This last Wednesday was the first one I was able to make the time for it. But as time is allowed, I'll probably be jumping on there. Anton, thanks for becoming a member. What, no Santa hat? I don't have a Santa hat. That's a good point. I don't have a tree either. We never do Christmas here, so we never get a tree. I think we've done a tree twice in the last 20 years. Okay, I think those are the main printed parts we need right now. These are the joints. The front parts have an inset and the back parts do not. So I think that goes there and that goes there and there. And did I say, Anton, thanks for becoming a member? I did. Do you plan on building a ERCF V2? I was looking at it. I am not putting it on the project list because my project list is too large. It is on the back of my mind as potentially being on the project list once I whittle that away. So my project list is overwhelming right now. So I'm trying not to put new things on it that are initiated by me, basically. But hopefully if I can whittle away the list quickly, then I can manage it. What is on the project list? Well, finishing this behemoth here is near the top. I have a Recore A7 to go over setup and checking it out. I have some miscellaneous, like the little clipper base skirt button thing I wanna go over. I have a 9mm belt conversion, CNC parts belt conversion for the Trident I wanna do. I have a bunch of stuff on the V2s to refresh. At some point I need to install a Leviathan on stream. And that's just scratching the surface, honestly. I mean, builds, I have Rook to build, I have a Positron to build, I have, I'm gonna do a Mark III, Prusa Mark III to Mark IV upgrade kit to do. So, hey Steven. Projects are like dandelions, they sprout and spread unless actively remediated. Yep. The Trident UPS, or the Tribent needs to be taken care of. Whew. Okay, M5x30s. We'll need 4 of these. And we'll need the bearings. Where did I put the bearings? Here they are. Need to get that weekday stream. That is true, Sean. That is so true. I'm still troubled by that because I can't keep the same time zone for a weekday stream. So, but the flip side of that is at least they'll be shorter. They'll be easier to watch the VOD because I don't have, I don't have the time to, I don't have that much time in the evening to do, so there'll be 2 hour streams ish. starting to sound like a job there. It's fun though, still. It's still fun, and that's the key. One thing I want to do with these is just make sure that any mating surfaces here are clean. Just so we're just touching them. Almost no filing there, but just to break down any little tiny bits of extrusion buildup. On these small parts, I wouldn't necessarily say this is over extrusion because the movements are so short there that filament tends to build up anyway. Just don't sleep. That's a good option. There is a solid fork refresh in there, yep. I have an MMU3 upgrade on the way. Reminded there by Bill. Weekday streams sound like a great place for things like the Leviathan board upgrade and bigger projects on Sundays. Yeah, that's the idea, is that build series will be on Sundays, working on existing things, and small projects will be on the weekday. You probably can't take Wednesdays. No, I can't do that consistently. Simply make all Sunday streams 12 hours long. I have not tried ironing on mating parts. Have one superpower would be to never have to sleep. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So grabbing one of the pieces with the indent in here, we can put our M5x30s through, and then we can build up some bearing stacks. Hey, Vinny. Week streams will be, yes, absolutely. And that's the challenge. If I want to do more things, that's the only way I can do it. I can't take both days of my weekend. That's just not realistic or sustainable. So the only thing that kind of makes it less of a problem is that they'll be shorter streams, is the best I can say. Okay, so hold that. Blake, so for Rocky Mountain for Murph 2022, we tried to ship a fully built Trident to Indiana, and it got lost and abused and broken, and it was shipped by UPS, and it's a whole long story, but it's now been dubbed Trident. There's one. Are they fitting that the guy with zombie, his name says not to sleep? Yeah, no kidding. New Wera screwdriver? No, I've had this forever. I have two of these. I have the straight end and the ball end. Do you put a washer between the idler bearings, or did I just see that wrong? I do not. For Voron spec, for things to line up, you do not. Glad to have you and other great streamers to watch while I'm quarantined for Christmas since I have COVID. Oh no! Well, I hope you feel better and hope it's mild for you. Have you peeked into Positron kit box? I have not. It does use belt. I know that already. It uses belts and not synchro mesh. I haven't even opened the box. It's still sitting by the front door, actually. I'm sure much to my wife's annoyance. So we'll see. The idea is that if I do weekday streams, it's not going to be consistent necessarily, and it may not be sustained. It's more of a method for me to try to get caught up on some backload. Backload of projects. I mean, alternatively, I could do standalone videos, but I have not been able to get past any mental hurdles in editing. Okay, so 2 of these, 1 right, 1 left. Home repairs time, huh, Sean? Have fun. If Jason is okay with that, I think Tri-Bent worth going into Steve's Voron Museum. Anyone have any thoughts on the SB2209 RP2040? I have one coming in tomorrow to replace my old unreliable CAN board. I have one running in a printer and it's working fine. I have it's going, 2 of them are going into the Phoenix here. So, printing the Pinecone Christmas ball in purple red, nice. They will, Karma Streams, they will be selling that board outside. They are delaying the release of the USB toolhead board. The toolhead side of it itself is fine, but they're revising the breakout board for some wiring, some protections, some additional wiring protections are going to be added. So, okay, let's see. XZ blocks are done, and we can start working on the rail. And I should have, yes, these and M3 2020 T-nuts. Hey, Kudrith. I did watch the Phoenix interlude video. Max does a great job on those. Hey, Lisa. I went ahead and printed a PG7 mount, which goes in the cable chain spot. One of my V2s is going to end up with an umbilical setup, just for the changes I'm going to make to it are going to kind of require it, I think. So I'll get some experience with that. Let's see how close I can get to just guessing where these need to go. Something like that. I think I'm a little off, but what motor should I use with Leviathan for X and Y? That's a good question. Depends on what printer, what are your goals? The first layer looks not so impressive in that video. There are, I mean, there are some changes that are being made because that was a, I think that was a mirror mode or duplication mode print. And the adjustments for the 2 tool heads, after that video, it was changed. So there's more, it's easier to adjust the offset of the 2 tool heads so you can do duplication and mirror mode prints better. Hello. Got 2 names in a row that I can't pronounce. Bought a Revo hot end to upgrade my printer, but it was DOA, and now I have to spend Christmas break. So it was DOA. What was DOA about it? That's a bummer. Okay, let's see. How close was I? Oh, I was off by a bit. Where are... There are better CNC tap. Well, this is this is a unique CNC tap on here. How's the Chaotic Labs metal tap? I haven't had any problems with them. Beyond that very first batch that had poorly preloaded rails in them. After that, I'm running 2 or 3 of them right now without any trouble. Hey, Leo. On one of the tridents, the left front idler keeps riding down over the idler. Does that mean I have to lower the motor pulley? All bearing stacks are the same and shimmed equally. So you do want to check. One of the more common ways for belt wear in the V2 or the Trident is having the rear pulleys on the steppers at the correct height, so it's not pushing the belt in either direction. Hoping some things like the TH adjustment learnings will make it to Tridex. Okay. There. I guess I was pretty darn close. We're looking forward to seeing how that adjustment is done on Phoenix. Tried about half a dozen on the Tridex, and I'm not happy quite yet. I haven't, mine's not together enough to have tried it. I actually have to do some machining on the carriages to modify them for the changes, which will be fun. I get to set it up on the Shapeoko and to accurately locate that slot. Very excited. Can't find a flat block near me. Uh-oh. Kitchen counter? This is a full kit. This is not like an Ender conversion. This is a full Switchwire kit. We use 9mm or 12mm belts. On what? On what, Sanity? Okay. So that can move back and forth. Where did my, aha. On Phoenix, it's 9mm belts. 20mm there. Oh, and I bumped it, but it was 20mm. Yeah. Oh. There we go. Nice and centered. You're looking at building the baby belt. It sounds like West 3D may be doing a little something with that. And when we did the Meet the Maker I was on, they asked if I would be interested if they do something, and I am. So, but I haven't heard anything. But I haven't heard anything beyond that. So. Okay, so X-Rail is on. And then I'm going to put the ends on, but before that, we're going to need a couple of T-nuts on the back. So we got M5 T-nuts. So we're going to grab a bunch of these. And on the back here, we're going to need a couple for these guys. Is there enough room to put these? Nope, not enough. So these have to go this way. And then we'll put one there. And on the other side, we'll do the same thing. Oh, that one's missing the little spring-loaded ball. Z1 preload makes sense on X-axis for, yeah, I think so. Now, I don't know if quote-unquote Z values are consistent between the various rail manufacturers. So some of them call it low, medium, high preload. And what that means between the different rail manufacturers is probably, there's probably no set standard to that. So I'd be careful just assuming that Z1 is correct or medium preload is correct. And I think Highwind is one. They use medium and high and low preload, I think. This top M3 is for the cable chain or the wire cover. And then there's two of them that are needed, one for the cable chain and one for the wire cover then. What kind of customer is the Switchwire? I don't know. So something to note is, I mean, when we're talking about customers, as Voron Design, we're just releasing designs out there. For the hobbyist that wants to build it, it's an interesting Core XZ bed flanger. Highwind's Guide has a really excellent write-up on how to choose a correct preload. How applicable is it to our stuff though? Because we generally have very light, we don't hit the rating of these rails, but any little movement in it has an impact on us. Z-Hop powerhouse. It's a Z-Hop powerhouse. Let's see. So we are going to put those on. Make sure the XZ joints are oriented correctly. And then we'll put the backs on. Okay. So you can take this with the LDO rating correct. Oh, PLA. Okay. There you go. So, ends. I would say that TLDR use light preload for 3D printers. I wouldn't say that for like the rail on this. A light preload and for instance, the light preload on those Chaotic Lab tap machines have some play in them. So built a Switchwire a couple of months ago, scaled size up to 300, been running it damn near constantly. Nice. Rounds of tolerances too tight for a 3D printer. I cannot get them even level enough to run smooth on what whatever they call it, or what preload. That is their definition of light. You know, and when we're talking about Highwind, you always have to think, are they genuine or not? Even when they say they're genuine. This is the LDO orange. The Switchwire, I think, is the only printer right now, except for old stock, where they're still offering the orange extrusions. And it's probably because, I mean, the Switchwire is not as big an uptake as other printers. So they probably made enough extrusions to where they have stock left of these. Okay, so that is there, and that for now. I'm gonna pull the. Let's see. The two Z blocks are gonna go on here and over here. So with some M3 by 30 screws. That is their definition of light. I wonder how much of the consistency or issues there are because of the counterfeit rails muddying the mix. Do you know if they are planning on making any more orange for the V2? I don't know. I don't have any insight into their production plans. Okay, so these should not necessarily be tightened yet. I'm gonna have to refresh my memory on how the sequence I use for making sure this all stays lined up. I'm not gonna tighten this completely yet. This is the side for the cable chain, has the 2 heat sets here with on a little stick out piece. The other side has 2 heat sets that the keyback mount screws to. The end, the little piece that captures it. I was told by Jason that he had 8 green switchwire kits. I don't know if that was after the resellers got them. It's something I should have done on this other one is do a real quick, just make sure this is nice and flat. Off so I can do that on it. So I don't want anything like that to get in the way of this running smoothly. So you have some idea of projects coming up. Anybody have any preferences or what are you most looking forward to? Hey, Lucas. Okay, so that's there. And then we're gonna use some M5x40s back. Find my, so this, no, purple one. Did some research on lasers since last stream. You were right, cutting metal is about wavelength. Glass of Jägermeister and battery and Steve building a 3D printer. The evening can't be better. Awesome. How about a CNC router build? That is on the list. So a video on the Phoenix would be nice. So that'll be released. I don't know what the production value is going to be, but I will release the footage I've taken of building this. It's going to be long, but it'll be split up into videos. So I want to build a legacy pretty bad, but it's far down the list. Yeah. Okay, those go there. Then we can grab the X-rail and I can kind of place these. It's going to go there and there. So let's move this over. Let's see how that works. Just start those. There we go. Those are just started. Shift this over. There we go. Okay, so they're all started and there's enough stick out on these bolts so you can kind of get them started and shift things around. Now, move this around the front and then center this. Okay, so that's resting on bumpers that are on here, which is a good thing. I actually should put the end stops on the bottom, but right now there's a couple of bumpers here that keep things consistent. So let's tighten these first. These are the blocks. So that pushes these out. Which CNC router are you planning to build? I'm on the list to get a Millennium, the Millennium Milo CNC setup. So when that kit is released, I'm set to be here to build it. Passed by a few high wind factories when I was in Shanghai, Kunshan area. Nice. Okay, so now this is free to move back and forth. So let's it's like 10 millimeters and 10 millimeters. Yep, 10 millimeters to the edge. Is the Darwin Evo on your list? It is not. It is a very cool printer and I would love to build one. I just don't know. I don't know what it hasn't. Saw it in person at Smurf. Big supporter of Atom and Vector 3D. It's not on the list though. Okay. Yeah, that is a little rough. So what am I going to do about that? I'm going to loosen these. I'm going to try a different spot on here. So let's just see what happens if I take it all the way to the top before I tighten it. And just kind of explore what's causing the binding. So I'm getting about the same at top or bottom. So these are probably parallel. It's probably just the way these are tightening. So let me see if I can maybe push this as I tighten it. That's better. It's not rough. That's not a router. Milo is a mill. Yeah. The next build will be a V2 with Galileo. Nice. Hey, KB3D. Welcome. You like it? You like the colors? Have you seen more of this? Because this, I think once we do this is really going to set it off. Once we put the tool head on there, it's gonna really tie it all together. Thanks for being a member. Hey, Shlunky Kong. Okay, I'm gonna do the same thing over here since it helped on the other side. I'm gonna push this and then tighten. Now it's not binding. There's no roughness in it. It's a little tight. I want to make sure I don't send this off the bottom, but I'm going to call it okay right there. Make sure everything's tight. Then we'll move on. Creamsicle. Well, we're calling it a little bit of a Charlie tribute build. I think. Well, that was the idea when I picked the color scheme. Yeah, 330 people and 100 and something likes. How many likes are we at? We need to hit our 300 goal. Okay. Charlie sickle. There we go. I'll take it. Okay, so this is X-axis installation. Hold the X against the stoppers and fully tighten the belts. Move the axis up and down and check for binding. And that's what we did. John, thanks for being a member. 19 months. Is that the most right now? Is it 19 months? Coming up on almost 2 years. 158. Who would have thought the natural ABS would make such a great color match with orange? Okay, now we're on to the X carriage. Nice. And here I do have to do some heat sets because I think I forgot them. So we're gonna grab a few pieces out of here and get things going. So I got 1, 2, 3. That's the parts. Hey Eric, welcome. You sticking around town for the holiday? 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Someone use pattern for the cowl with tabby M instead of X. And which material are the printed parts? So the orange is Polymaker Galaxy Orange ABS, and the natural is KVP Natural ABS. I'm done with Allen wrenches. Which screwdriver sets do you recommend? I think most of the hobby grade style with the handle type screwdrivers, you can't get most of what I have. I have MIPs. You can probably still get these, but this is like a team associated factory team driver. I know that some of the vendors, Fabrico carries a set of nice hex wrenches. Chris, are you here? Do you carry any? I don't know. I haven't needed them, so I haven't gone looking, but you might be able to find some with the West 3D, the, I don't know, Printed Solid, Fabrico, KB3D. The iFixit, yes, iFixit kit is I love my iFixit kit. I don't generally use this for the hex bits though. I generally use it for the Phillips or the flatheads. Sometimes the 5.5 nut driver. We were working towards bringing wire in, but otherwise no hex drivers yet. Okay. A-Main. A-Main is not too far from here. A-Main is about an hour, a little over an hour north of where I live. Okay, so we've got a... my heat set press, the iron is dead, so... Hey, Derek. A bunch in this. All the cool kids have one. My iron's broken. Iron failed. So I want to get it set up with a pencil or a TS100. Where drivers and WeHa both are excellent German tools. Where it takes a lot more space in the toolbox. Where hex wrenches, like regular hex wrenches like this, they all have this protective plastic coating on them that can get in the way, especially if you're trying to get in an angle with the ball end. But otherwise, they're really nice. However, the 1.5 millimeter ball end, I find doesn't work very well. The rest of them are fine. Okay, so that's done. And then these, I think, are already done. Uh-oh. USB-C with power delivery. Where are the X carriage? I printed them. I actually printed the wrong ones and then had to reprint them. I may have to go to the other garage and grab the X carriage. Yeah, any of them with USB-C, and that's my TS100 is just micro USB, or a barrel jack. But Bob, thanks for becoming a member. I will be right back. I'm gonna put Dancing Max on the screen. I think I left the freshly printed X carriages in the other garage, so I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. I did leave them in the other garage. These guys. Same deal. I've been researching full T-handle kit. Seems like there's lots of low-cost sets and big jump to high-cost ones. I have a Bond house set that I use for, where are they? Yeah, these guys. I have these that I've had for years and years. Metric and Imperial. And yes, they are a solid, they are full metal through here, so they are a hammer as well. Okay. And it looks like a few heat sets in here. Says they're hammers. Yeah, I just saw that video too, Troy. Yep. Hey, Thomas. And the last one. Hey, Ben. You seem to make the style that has a short hex on the hammer end. Those would be nice for torquing down on drivers for sure. And you're talking about the regular hex, but then the one end of this has a hex driver, so then you can use the driver for leverage. Every tool's a hammer, yes. Especially these, right? Okay. Heat sets and hex nuts. And a switch. And all of this stuff. Okay, so in 3x12s. Let's see what we have here. In 3x12s for that. Seems like a good spot. We're gonna need those. We can go over there. 3x12 and 3x10. And 3x12. There we are. And then in 3x40s. Okay. There are. Oh, that was flatheads. What? That's 12's flatheads. Flathead. 3x10. Where's the 12s? 6, 16, 50. Ah, are we missing? Or are they over here? Oh, they're over here. Oops. They're in my hex tray, where they should be. You use a hammer to pound in a screw, it becomes a screwdriver. This is true. Okay, so let's go throw this guy in here. This is gonna go in until this piece, it holds that piece, so we can use that as a spacer. Make that to where it slides in there, but doesn't have any play. Be good. Hey, Michael. Where are we? We haven't hit 200 likes yet, have we? We're 350 people here. We'd still have 2 hours. We still have 2 hours. But I get a little worried. Go. Okay. Then we can throw some hex nuts. Washers. It's the hex nuts. Where are the hex nuts? There we are. 3 of the hex nuts. Oops, not 5. Grab a screw here. On which side do these go in? Must be this side. Push that in there. The end. one more here. I think this can get bolted together. Some M4x40, M3x40s. Found out that my mom has the flu. Oh no. Loving that printer color combo. Thank you. It was a little, I questioned it, but I questioned it all the way. I mean, I basically did a, printed a few parts and then held it up to my Tridex and said, okay, this will work. As I tighten these, I want to just kind of make sure the plastic matches and everything are set correct and flush. Apparently, this is both ABS. These are ABS. ABS Polymaker, ABS Galaxy Orange, and KVP Natural ABS. Okay, that's a carriage. And then this guy basically goes in there and bolts to the rail. I'm not gonna worry about these belt retainers yet. I do that when I run the belts through. And we have, oh, did I put the heat sets in that? No, I did not. I'm gonna put heat sets in the little Omron probe retainer. KVP by stock, yes. I don't buy KVP anymore. I had it in stock. So with over 240 rolls of filament on the shelf, I need to use what I have when I can. Use what I have when I can. And it prints great. I mean, natural is no colors to be inconsistent. Yeah, when KVP was good, it was really good. The problem is it sounds like they stopped caring. So the community gave them many chances, and their consistency took a nosedive, and they didn't seem to care. They had a good thing going and decided that that wasn't a priority in their business, is the impression. That's the impression. So I had a lot of 4-year-olds. It is a shame. I would still buy it if I knew I would get a roll that had at least consistent color and wouldn't create stripes in my prints. At least natural, you don't have to worry about that. So be careful with some of the ABS pluses. The additives are not always, I mean, they make it easier to print, but they're not always great for part strength and layer adhesion and stuff like that. So use what you have. Yes. Okay, that is on. Oh, are we able? I guess we'll put the parts on there. Let me find the wiring box. We've got a cable kit, electronics kit, tool head in motion. I'm not exactly sure what box the end stop is going to be in. Tool head, it's not in there. Those are all you picked up from the UK. 3DQF. Are you talking about this? This is, I don't know. 3D QF. Yep. This is the Sanjay Steel. Yeah. I mean, I'm probably not going to open this. Use a fiber punk mode prone. That's the one. Great stuff and a great company. Nice. Okay, let's try a cable kit. We've got, yep, X end stop with cable and Z probe. And those are what we're looking for right now. Is there another ABS or ASA natural that you would recommend? I mean, Polymaker is probably fine. I haven't tried their natural, but in general, it's quality filament. So any quality filament, especially in natural, is going to be fine. I mean, if it was on sale and inexpensive and that's what you had available, then KVP Natural is going to print fine. It doesn't have any colors to streak. Okay, so X end stop and Z probe. And then we've got a few other things here that I think I'll set over here. So then I need my self-tapping screws. Okay, we're over 200. Over 200 likes and 350 people. Atomic. I was just alerted to a couple of colors from Atomic's catalog that I'm going to buy because I'm looking to the next blaster build. So I'm going to get some of their Pet G. Okay, so the X end stop on here mounts to there. There's enough room for wires to go through here. There is a 4-pin connector plugged in there. That must be, where's the Nighthawk? Nighthawk board. Here's what we should do. My like says 16, auto update still broken. So let's go here. Something that I need to keep remembering to go back to is LDO has a guide here for things that might be different. Like this is the US spec electronics bay layout. What I want to find is cable routing, tool head wiring. So the X end stop routing, and it is a 4-pin in those two end sides. So this guide is useful and you need to pay attention to it. And I keep forgetting to make sure I'm not missing something, but that's where it's at. Speaking of Fusion Filament, I just bought a few rolls of their stuff. I bought some Geomagnetic Mauve because it's awesome. And then I bought their red, I don't remember what they call it, but it's deep metallic red. And I got one other color. Oh, the deuterium blue or whatever. And I'm saying that wrong because I don't remember exactly. Marek, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Shammy busy with the boy on his toolbox. Oh, fun. That's that snap-on, right? Very fun. And thanks for the gifted memberships. Okay, so just confirming the wiring for the X probe. Now, on the Switchwire carriage, there is enough room to fit a small JST plug through that hole, but not a 4-pin. So they leave it unpopulated, and then we'll put the wires through and then populate it. Atomic has carbon fiber, ultra black ABS. I printed all of the black parts on my first Voron in Atomic carbon fiber ABS. I've probably bought 5 or 8 rolls of that. Probably more like 8 or 10 rolls of that over the time. Chris, thank you. Merry Christmas to you and yours. Merry Christmas to you too. Thank you very much. Okay, these are going to need to bend in. So I'm going to bend up and in like that. Probably bend this out of the way too. And then put this through here. And then 1.5 millimeter driver. Have you tried the ambrosia filament? I have. So all of the black on Phoenix here is the galactic black ASA from the ambrosia from West 3D. The red is probably one of my favorite reds so far, is the Polymaker Galaxy Red ASA. But the black is a nice deep black from ambrosia. Hey, Slim Gig. Okay, so this in here. KB3D orange from ambrosia coming soon. Nice. Is that going to be, so the question is, I think I like a darker, like not brown, but more like burnt orange. What's KB3D orange gonna be? Okay, so that's on. Don't over torque these little self tappers. They will strip out quickly. Any particular reason why you printed an ASA instead of ABS? I use them interchangeably. I pick more on what has the color I want than whether it's ABS or ASA. Okay, so that's going to come through there, and it needs to kind of push up out of the way. There's a little channel on the side here, and we'll get the rest of that in place once the Z probe is in. But there's a little channel there that it can get out of the way of the Z probe. Tuxedo, thanks for the gifted memberships. Not rusty orange. I think our Pantone is 106C. Unobtainable here, but it looks good with decent price. I guess is KB3D orange. This doesn't look like the garage I've seen in past streams. You haven't been around in a while, huh, Huey? So in June, I did the collaboration stream with Pooch, and we built his Trident, and that's when I started streaming in here. I needed more space, and the other garage, I don't want to go back to a small spot, so I need to remodel it before I move away from this garage. You haven't looked at the electric pineapple from Fusion. It's amazing. I did see it. I wanted to keep my order reasonable, so it didn't hit the top 3 of the rolls I was ordering. How many people keeping their printers outside, so it shouldn't matter. Right. And honestly, ABS is easier to maintain. You have to dry a ASA to get the best quality out of it. ABS, I haven't had to dry. Why are BL Touch type of sensors not used in Voron designs? Packaging is one problem. Temperature tolerance is another. We're in enclosed chambers and the probe is relatively close to the hot end. So, looked everywhere for that. Mine's sticking out the sides. Got to reroute it when I tear down my printer. Yeah. Yep, it goes right in there. Okay. Now, the Omron probe, see if the wires are over there, the Omron can still get up and that's way higher than it needs to be. It's going to be down here, something like this. So it's out of the way anyway. But just in case, and especially if you have like the PL08, which are garbage, don't use them. They're a taller probe, so. Pitch pod, it's totally different in person. Pictures don't do it justice. 8mm probe fits there nicely. Yeah, there's an adapter for a Pinda style, the 8mm inductive probe. A little adapter I modeled, and I affectionately called it the Pinion because it kind of looks like a little minion, but I think it got renamed because people thought that was confusing to name it that. Okay, what size are these screws I'm supposed to be using for this? For the M3 by 20s, but I think the LDO kit includes some thin head screws for that. Using a CR Touch on my stealth burner, supposedly handles higher temps better. Yeah, and when all of those recommendations have come out, BL Touch and generic cheap clones were what was available. Not any of the new stuff that's come out. Okay, was there a... That's a special fastener. It's a button head by 20. Those are wafer heads, but those are for something else. So it looks like I'll see if I can use these button heads. If I can't use the button head, I will use something else. Using clicky on my underwire, the nifty servo mod was too fancy to turn down. Use a micro probe V2 on my V2. It's a chamber temp you're using it in. Let's try this M3 by 20 and see if these will fit. And actually, let's see, are there any notes on this? Insulating the Z probe. This tape is used to help insulate the Z probe from radiative heat from the hot end. I am using a LDO Voron, which has the heater a little further away than the Dragon and stuff like that. I don't think I'm going to bother with this insulation. And there's nothing here talking about special fasteners, so we're good. Let's see where this comes through. That is not long enough. An M3 by 20 is not long enough, so that's why I got the 25s out. M3 by 25 it is. Micro probe works well with stealth burner. Okay. And 3 by 25s. Yep. And then on this little probe bracket, it's better to make sure the screw is going in from the side that the opposite of where you inserted the heat sets. In general, we do have areas where you pull on the heat set, but if you can, if some other factor doesn't get in the way, you should do that. Sometimes packaging gets in the way, but that's an easy part to install the other way on accident. So point it out. Use Kapton tape to insulate my probes. In all of my builds, even without insulating tape, if I have one of these Omron probes, I haven't had them melt. So I'm gonna just leave that about there. We'll adjust this later, but just kind of get that in there. So now these are gonna go up and then over, and that'll all tuck in like that. can put the, before we forget, based on this picture here, we'll plug this in. Hey John, welcome. I've let out the magic smoke on one of them from heat. That's not good. Okay, so that's on. That. How's your holiday weekend going, John? And then that. Okay, so get that in, that in. Then we can put the carriage on the, okay. So, oops, let's go here. This little guy is a little adapter plate for the MGN12 carriage. Goes on with M3x8s. My daughter's birthday on Wednesday. Awesome. Happy birthday to her. Oh, what is this? An itty bitty flathead screw from something. It was mixed in, I think it was mixed in with the M3x8s. I don't recognize that from anywhere. Oh, this might be one of the flatheads on a V0 for the XY joints to the MGN7 carriages. And it is nickel plated. It's the nickel plated color. So I think that's just a random screw that got stowed away. The first and only Omron probe like that I ever used went up in smoke and started a fire, and the fire department had to come. Wow. I've used many of them and not had any problems. No melting. No nothing. So this guy goes on here. I can see it's the LDO. It's the same coating they put on these. This is small, but in person I can see the same shimmer, the same, you can see it. It's the same coating. It's just a smaller screw. Okay, so this nice and tight. These can come off. Little bumpers don't need to be there because we got the ends now. And then with M3x12s, this guy can go on. So this goes on here, just presses there. I just have a keen interest in screw coatings. Seems good. Hey Laura, how are you? Okay, so that's on. And then we're going to get into belting. Okay. think might be best. Nappin, thank you for the gift and memberships. I'm back. What have I missed? We just put the X carriage on and we're getting ready to belt it. So late lunchtime. Think I would like the orange, but it looks great. I'm pleased with how it turned out, for sure. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do, we need to run one belt, then pull it and cut. So I am going to run this outside belt, I think. I think it'll be easiest. So this comes in here, and then I need to, I think it's a 12. Is it a 12 or a 16? Let's go up here where it told us to put them in and ignored it. 16s. So that's a 16 that goes in there. Let's go here. You do with the LDO kit placard, is there a place to mount it on the V02 S1 kit? Usually LDO has a little printed part in like the door or something to put it. Just ordered the next project of Voron Micron. That'll be fun. In 3x16. In 3x16. That's these guys. So I am going to run it from here. So let's just put this up here and then we'll just use that as kind of the spot. And maybe I'll grab a little clamp to put some resistance against the tool head moving all around. There we go. So now that goes there. This is going to go the top side of this bearing. Down and around the pulley. There we go. I wonder what's the best view for this. Not sure we're on the best view. There we go. Here, across here, then through here. Get this, I got this in kind of a weird spot. There we go, that's a little better. Okay. Thanks, Elizabeth. Are there still companies selling assembled printers with standard size aluminum frames and not sheet metal? I don't know. Forgot to put the screw on the back skirt here for the Y. Okay, so then this comes through and we can pull this bottom and there. We can figure about so much extra and that's going to be close enough. So I'm going to cut this right there. And then we undo all that hard work. And we measure out a second belt. Okay. Okay, 2 belts the same length. Get this all put back. Saw someone in one of the Facebook groups in the morning that had their glass build plate slung off their printer onto the floor and it shattered. Yep. If the part sticks hard enough and the glass plate isn't held down well enough and something happens, it can be pushed right off of there. I'm sending greetings from Czech Republic. How will the leveling sensor be on the bed? We're using an Omron inductive probe on this right now. I don't know what I'm going to do with this as far as any mods or something after the build. It would be interesting to run. I haven't run a clicky on a Switchwire, so that would be that would appeal to me to do. The rest of the belt there. Yeah, the servo clicky. Yep. Really nice to meet you at Smurf. Hope you had a nice trip back. I did. The way back home was a whole lot easier to deal with jet lag wise than the way there. Okay. Monkey Butler Labs. Are you building this with a keyback to stick with the holiday tradition of putting your eye out? Yes. Yes, I am. Okay. So the real question is, how does the gates wiring or belt go? It probably goes to where I can read it here. So we're going to do right like this. Right like this. I think I'm going to put both sides on here. So I'm going to push that through enough to where it's sticking here for right now. And that's that one. And then the other belt, I'm about to move my switch wire from servo clicky back to inductive, probably a super pinda. Okay. What my question really was, why I want to try it, is there is some actuation force on even a clicky. I mean, it's very light, but is it enough to make a difference on the mesh? Did anyone talk to Pio Poly about IDEX or ITEX on a future magneto printer? I've wondered if IDEX would be easy just to add a tool head since you don't have to worry about extra belts. Can that work? Okay, where is the... So this is going to go like this. That means this goes here. Okay, now we're going to grab this and that 16mm screw. Put this out of the way. Put this in here. This is a fun part of this build. Fun in the most honest way possible. Where is that? Is that it? Nope. Getting that around the belts. Oh, and I lost. Let's get these belts off the floor because they're getting pulled. And now I've got which is this one? That one's there, that one's there. Okay, making sure I got them in the right spot. Go here and Don't need a mesh though, just do Z tilt on what? A white. Let me make sure that this will go through here. Yes. Okay, not getting caught up there. I will say I've not had this much trouble before, and this is just, I've gotten lucky before, I guess. It should just be right there. There we go. Okay, so now I'm going to pull this through to where I get about an inch or so of belt there, and I want the same amount on both. Let's pull one more. I want the same exact amount of belt on both sides, otherwise it defeats the purpose of cutting the belts to the same length. There we are. Okay, so that's on there. Finally. And then this will be able to tuck right up in there, this extra belt here. So now we can run each belt. What do we got? Upgraded to the switchwire using SD card. Outside of the step in, I have been experienced so far with the beacon probe. I haven't tried one. I haven't tried any of the eddy current style probes. I have a Duet Roto tool head board that's going to go on a printer. But and it has a eddy current probe or that style of probe. Okay, so that's one belt ran. And then the other belt goes here. Beacon is very cool, but I've decided against it. I want probing directly. I would definitely prefer, not knowing anything about those, I still prefer a direct probe. Yes. Does Eddie the engineer approve of the eddy current probe? Goes, oh, I messed that up. This goes through here. There we go. Then through here. Do you or anyone you know have the BTT eddy for testing? I do. I don't know where I'm going to use it or if it's going to see any stream time or not, but I have one. And just about a whole paycheck from me. The salad fork is coming along. Gotta wait until Christmas with my mother for the, oh, I gotta take it through here. Then through here. So this initial belt run, just making sure things are going in the right spots. Beyond that, we'll get it in place and then we'll get everything lined up and tensioned. This. There we go. If that helps or not. Monkey Butler Labs, 50 gifted memberships. Thank you. Hey, Death Cube, welcome. Thanks, Redacted. I'm pretty pleased with the whole color scheme as well. Look at this, 16. Looks like a printer, yep. This goes in here. I'm going to hold on to the ends of these belts after I get this in here. Hold on to the ends and move the whole thing this way. Hopefully give myself a little extra room. Okay, so now pull those in. This out. There we go. There, got that started now. Now I can pull on these. And then go around and make sure that I'm lined up on everything, both sides. Yep, all lined up. So we can pull on these and tighten the clamp. Okay, so I ended up one tooth off, I think. Yeah, the other ones are correct. This one's one tooth tighter. Let's make sure that we're not off anywhere. Oh, we could be difference on the stepper mounts. Make sure that these are at the same spot. How come every time I watch a build, I want to start another? Well, yeah. I think many of us have that problem. Okay, so all the way up. Everything is seated on the bearing stacks. Hit the like, yes. No spike, Mike, hit that like. That is sure when the evil Steve shows tools I need to have. Yep. It's not a problem. It's an addiction. Okay. To loosen this, and I'm going to pull one of these one tooth tighter. Now they're all the same. And I'll end up cutting these a little bit, but not yet. This is just initial belt install. Noodles are cheap and tasty. No problem. Okay. I never fully aligned the pulleys on the steppers. So I'm going to basically sight along here and make sure the belt is lined up with the pulley behind it all the way down. And when I move this, it's riding along about the center of the gap on the pulley. And it's actually really close right now. I don't think I actually have to change this one. I could put it on just a little bit further and it would be just a little bit better there, and then just kind of shift it just half a millimeter. That was actually too far. I'll see if I can get a camera in here and see if we can get that to, where is that camera? It's over here. What do we got? Why is it that every time you're nearly finished with a project, a new revision comes out? Isn't that the case with everything? once you have the new thing, the next thing is on its way. Let's see if we can get a view here. So you see and it's not really focusing very well. It's down in here. And as I move this, you want that to not touch either side. Now it may drift a little bit as it's moving. Now it's hard to see on the camera, but it's not actually touching either side. If I wanted it to be extra good, I'd move it that way just a little bit. Just like something like that. Let's make sure this is up against, make sure the motor mount is straight too. There we go. And see that? It's riding right along the middle. And this is basically the same thing you do on a V2 or a Trident. You just flip it on its side. We'll do the same thing on this side and see how it is. So line everything up. Make sure the stepper is up against the extrusion. This one needs to move out, but not by much. Yeah, by a little more than I thought. There we go. That's right in the middle. Before I forget, I'll tighten both on these. Well, sounds like Amazon's here. Last minute present shopping. And I never did that for the Y, so I need to do that now for Y. So, and it's really close. It just needs to move down just a hair. It's down just a hair. I'm sorry, up. Up just a hair is what I meant. Yep, just like that. And then tighten them both up. What did I get you? Well, I didn't get you an octopus, but that's not my fault. Is there a switchwire conversion for a bamboo A1 yet? Okay, all of the stepper pulleys are aligned now. The gantry is belted. I'm not going to do final tensioning on it until the bed's on. What's next? Yeah, this is what you use to tension it. She's great strings, isn't that enough? Oh, and this is talking about that belt position, making sure it's in riding along the center of the pulley. Belt path, and we get the keyback counterweight that can go in there. Do you feel the switchwire could scale without major re-engineering? I think I think your limitations are similar with any bed slinger. the larger you go, the less capable you're going to be as far as feeds and speeds type stuff. Feeds and speeds. I've been doing too much thinking on the CNC router. Okay, we have printed parts here to grab. These are already have the stuff in, so we have this and this, and then we have a second, another one of these. Should be able to add Z, surely. Yeah. To go dual rail. Oh yeah, for sure. If you're going bigger on the bed, you need to have some other bed solution. Okay, this can go all the way to the top for now. This is going to bolt in right here, and this is going to bolt in on the other side. So we need a 30/30 M5 on both sides. To go there, there, and 5x10 for this stop on this side, which is probably a good idea to have installed these a little earlier. And you don't have to worry about these stops in the rail. I can take these out now. Hey, Matthias, I have a problem with the MCU and printer config. The dual rails and 9mm Y belt mod. There are 500mm slingers out there, but that's a big bed slinger. I have a 400mm CR10 S4 at work. We bought that years and years ago. Okay, where is the key back? Is it this back? Yeah, here we go. Key back. You know, less space for a big bed slinger. Yep. So the key back comes with a key ring and belt clip installed. The belt clip can come off. Where's my screwdriver? Oh. Here. Let's use the screwdriver the kit came with. We get a race between that Prusa theme Voron and a Prusa Mark IV. Will we get a race? They should be similarly capable. Sort of the mess composition. I think so, Sergey. Okay, so the belt clip has a little nub there. You see that? And if you can get a screwdriver in right on the side here, and you see that springs up, you can get it right in there, and then push the end, and then it comes right off like that. And this is what I was springing on. See, I was in here and bending that way to get it up over this nubbin right there. And then this, and just like any other key ring. And we don't need these. These can go away. More space equals lower speed to deal with. Lower speed to deal with the mass, and bed mesh to deal with floppy bed materials. Yes. Okay, this guy is in there like that. What size screws are these? In 3x12s. Safety glasses. I think we are okay. I'm gonna try something here. I'm sure I've done it before, but I'm not gonna put my eyes at risk. I'm not going to put my eyes at risk. Oops, I forgot to pull the end out before I locked it in place. So be sure to disengage this before you lock it in place. Did you unlock it before putting in the mount? I did not. I make the mistakes so you don't have to, right? Oh. Okay. Bolt this on here. Space required for a bed slinger becomes obvious when you need to put one in an enclosure. Okay, and then push this up against the bottom of that rail. Put your eye out. Move this down here and zoom in here. Okay, we've got a, so that's those, that's the M5x10. Then we have the M5x16 with the last little stack of bearings for the idler it goes over. So zoom out for a second here. Printed part, this, then I've got this printed part. So just a bolt and a bearing, no shim, then the other bearing, and then a shim, then all of this into an M5 or through a printed part here and then into this. Okay, however, LDO does have another part here. They've got a little printed piece that goes on here that I forgot. Hey, Andre. Hey, Axsmith. Not a great fan of the keyback solution on the Switchwire. Prefer the Z brake boards. I do not. I think this is an inexpensive, clever solution to use the keybacks, and there's nothing wrong with it. That's just my opinion, though. So this is a little printed part that can go in the, press into the, around the bearings. I very much prefer this keyback. It's simple, it works, it's inexpensive. This goes on here. Hey, James, thanks for being a member for 17 months. And then this goes on here. And then the end, what I usually do is make sure that the cable, it doesn't really matter, but I try to make sure that the cable is completely vertical here. So we'll adjust this back and forth. Okay, now the end of the keyback is a funny shape. And if you didn't know, this was one of my contributions to Switchwire, is I modeled this piece. Because the original idea was you cut this and you run it around a screw and tighten the screw there. And I didn't want to cut mine. So I modeled this and then cut it out of a mount here. So what I'm doing is taking all of this where it's nice and short and no danger of poking your eye out and screwing it in right now. See, no eye danger here. Get this all attached. Then you can just take this. No eye danger. There we go. You don't have to pull it around and then hold it and screw it in. And when you want to work on it, just pull this off. There's no danger of eyes. No safety squints needed. Okay, now I'm gonna shift this to where it's vertical. There we go. There we go. The Daisy Red Rider of Vorons. Can you do later? Sure. While rewiring my 2.4, the zip tie add-ons to add a mounting point to chains for the cable chains. Are they on your Git? They might be on the Voron users. They're also in the new Trident files. They're labeled the 3-hole ones. So the keyback acts as an anti-weight, so it should decrease the load on the XZ motors. Yes. Polymaker Nick just posted in the Polymaker Discord about the Death Racer winners for those who were talking about it. Awesome. It is. So the keyback is basically just a sprung cord that counteracts the weight. Without it, with the tool head on there, this will sag until it hits the bed. Does having the keyback only on one side cause the Z-axis to be unbalanced? No. Nope. Everything's stiff enough, and the belts are really what are forcing this to be in tram. If you didn't have the belts here, sure, it would be a problem, but your belts are forcing everything to be square. Okay. Keyback safely done. Stealth burner. We could probably we'll be spending quite a bit of time on Stealth Burner, because I've done heat sets, but we have to install it. At least I think I've done all the heat sets. Let's move this out of the way. All of our parts. So yay, we'll get to use that, 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 and that. Is that all of it? Yep, I think so. Oh, and that. Build so far looks awesome. Can't bring myself to do this one though. Too many bed slingers already. Okay, we are going to, I think it tells us to go off to the Stealth Burner instructions, but let's get all the stuff we need for this. So we need some PTFE tube, we need the Bondtech gears, we don't need the steppy stuff, but we need the MR85 bearings, the tensioner with the little LDO logo. So belts on Z are for speed. One of the side effects of having it a belted Z is that your Z movements are just as fast as X movements. Z can move as fast as X. We will need the tool head. Just gonna set that over there right now. Need that. And where is the hot end? Revo. Steve needs Stealth Burner instructions. I thought he can assemble one blindfolded. And what do we have here? We have a 40-watt heater, so it's not a high flow. Got a blue, very clashing heat sink. And then a 0.4 and a 0.6 nozzle. Fortunately, you never see the heatsink. I mean, red wouldn't be really any better. So space gray would be fine. And I have 2 of those. I could go grab one, but this will be fine. I'd rather have 2 of those that match. Does it have the fastest Z? Probably. Of the Vorons, it can probably move the quickest in Z because there's less weight to move. Okay, and a stepper. We need a stepper. Oh, what was this? It's toolhead in motion, not Nighthawk. That's about here. Okay, and a stepper. Yes, these are a custom wiring for LDO by E3D for the kits. So they have the ferrules and the correct connector already on them. Blue frame, gray and orange plastic. I need fans. Good call. Good call. Where are the fans? Fans and inlet. Oh yeah, we need to do that too. Does include 3-wire fans. And then we need to modify the 5015. So let's go ahead and do it. Let's just do here. Okay, so we need to cut the ears off, the mounting tabs off of the 5015 for the stealth printer. I leave all this on. It does not take much. But if I hold this here and I kind of put my fingers to kind of guide where I want this to cut, and I make the cut relatively close. And I'm done. You don't have to go through both sides. Just need to get the one done. For the evidence. On the other side, just make sure you're holding that wire out of the way. Okay, so done with the saw. It is 24 volt. 5015 is 24 volt, and so is the other one. And I can see that, I can read it. You can use a Dremel. It would have taken me longer to get out the Dremel and stuff than to do that. Now, once again, being careful about the wires, I take a file and just contour it. Additive Adam, thanks for being a member. I've done to what little bit that it might help keep things junk out of there. I do all that with the cover still on. Now I can take it off and at least a minimum amount gets all over the place. But just kind of file it to where it's relatively flush. What do we got here? Muzen, your 4-year-old daughter wants to say hi. Hello. Noli? Very nice. Do you have a printer? Does your daughter have a printer? Does Noli have a printer? 392 watching. If the USB port on my Mark 3S is possibly bad, should I replace the motherboard? Ooh, that's a good question. Helps you with all your builds. Awesome. So once that covers off, there's still some tabs here. Flush cutters pretty much can take care of those pretty well. At least well enough. And then that's prepped. 404 watching now. And we haven't hit 300 yet. We have 38 minutes, 37 minutes to hit 300. And with 400 people here, we should probably hit 350. Could be the command line I put in to stop updates. Now we have over 200, Stephen. It's not auto updating for you. Oh, now we have over 300. So awesome. Over 300. We got to get as close now to 400 as we can. We've hit 300. Now we got to get as close to 400 as we can. We hit 400 last stream. It's also amazing that we have 400 people here on a day I don't normally stream. Okay. So I guess let's do this first. Uh-oh. I do have all the stuff. I need to go grab the diffuser stuff right here. The LED carrier. I have it printed. I just don't have it here. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Stream was a pleasant surprise for me, so thanks. Awesome. I'm glad. So now you have a following. Google really should hire some programmers. Do people keep Clipper and main cell, etc. up to date all this time or wait for a major release? I usually wait until a release. I don't sit there and update whenever there's an update. Sometimes if it's been a while and I feel like going through the process, then I'll hit update just if there is one, but I don't make it a point to keep updated. That's awesome, Muzen. GPUs generally update once a month if I happen to notice Clipper has an update. Yeah, it's not consistent. Hey, Wally, welcome. Are my texts coming through? That one did. If you have any links, George, links get auto moderated, and I have no control of that other than making someone a moderator. Okay, so the little LED setup here, it's got a little light blocker and then a couple of diffusers. So this goes in here. It snaps into there. And then this goes into here. can be a little fiddly. Get everything in there. I don't know if there's a, it's hard to tell if that's symmetrical or not. I don't think it is. There's a, I think that goes like that. I've done enough of these. Maybe it goes the other way. There we go. Oh man. Thought I had it. There we go. Okay. Tracy, thanks for being a member. As always, thanks for the great content. Thank you. Love that color scheme. What are we missing? Do you know of Greg Berzinski from Bear Brand? You look like you could be long lost brothers or something. Really? I do not. Let's see if I can get something a little beefier in here. I think that'll be good. Okay, so that's in there. We can put the fan in here. This just kind of goes in there like that. And then LEDs would be next. I was a mod once. It was a pocket decision. That will never go away. Must be the color in the 20th. Yeah. I mean, and it is a Prusa bed, so. Okay, LEDs. They come in the kit pre-soldered, which is wonderful. Oops, okay. Pre-soldered, pre-terminated. So let's get the first one. This goes up in here. Sometimes we need to bend these tabs. See that? And there we go. Break those tabs free so they move just a little bit. Connector. So connector, and then first LED in the series goes in right like that. And then this. Pushes in like that. Make sure that's pushed in all the way. This guy can come around, and something I forgot to do is cut the little bridges here and here. So, X-Acto knife. Find it. There it is. Have you seen there's a lightweight version of the Clockwork 2 extruder on Cults? I've seen it. I also have requested that that person who published that make sure they respect the Voron licenses for their stuff. So that extruder out there is under the right license, but they have other stuff that's under the wrong license. Anything that gets modified based on Voron stuff needs to be released under GPL3. That's just part of the license. That's if you're releasing something to be sold on Cults, that's fine. You are very welcome to sell something, but anybody who asks you for the source, you have to give it. So that's not an option. So, and that's true for Cults, that's true for printables, that's true for GitHub, all of that. Thank you, Jerry. Beard brand. It's hip hairstyle and beard enthusiasts hang out on YouTube. You'd probably enjoy it. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Pre-soldered, that's disappointing. Solder, crimp, and strip is the majority of the fun. Yeah, I mean, we give all of this away, so respect that. You're gonna modify it, feel free, and feel free to sell it, but you have to respect the license. Okay. Cut that, and that, and that. And that one. Hey, Ram. Okay, so this goes up through that wire channel, through there, get that out of the way, and then we get to coax all of these. That's probably the easiest I've ever gotten those through there. Okay, then I'm gonna get this back and around. This is into there. This comes across. Probably a little screwdriver help here. Press these wires in here. Right, like that. There. Solder joints are, yes, and I hope I didn't actually damage any of those. We'll find out if it works or not. Okay, now with that, our 4010 can go in here. And up into there. I guess I don't know what a switch wire is. A switch wire is a Core XZ Voron design bed slinger that does happen to use the Prusa Y carriage and MK52 bed. That's the only thing it really shares with the Prusa. Now you can use other parts. You can use some of the steppers from a Prusa. You can use the hot end. You can use stuff like that. But hey, Evil. I had a nightmare of time assembling that part of the stealth printer. I've done this a few times. More than a few times. Okay, where did I put Nighthawk? So now the tool head board. So this is Nighthawk, which is the USB tool head board. This is in the middle of a revision. This part right here is getting revised. This part is fine. This part right here works fine, but it's getting some protection circuitry to protect against potential scenarios where it could have a problem. So put that over there. Now, this has unpopulated connectors in it. Ah, there we go. That was torture on my fingernails. So let's go. There. So now this goes in here, like that, with a couple of button head and 3x6 button heads. Did you really just leave because I arrived? You're not caught up. Evil, you're not live. I left a little bit ago. But I think you're probably a little behind. There you go. On track. Is there a JST puller? Is there a JST puller? Where's the screwdriver? 70 more to 400? We're at 330. Hey, Greg. Oh, printable. There's a printable puller. That's cool. So these go down. Something I want to check because there's connectors here. I want this to set as flat as possible. Check the back of this. Those are trimmed pretty close. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to take my hobby knife and I'm going to take this piece here and just kind of shave, and it's super easy to do because it's with the layer lines. You're basically cutting a piece off like that. More designers will follow the Voron principles and make their models in the way that require no minimal supports and already pre-oriented for printing. Yes. Yes. Give myself just a little more room there. I'm not worried about them shorting out. I'm worried about the space and it tightening down relatively straight and flat to the fan and stuff. So that improved it. Okay, let's see what we have here as far as connectors. So this one, oh, we've got LED here. This is ground LED. So this I'm going to flip around, I think. Flip that around like that. Probably do similar, but maybe tuck the hot end wire down underneath this spot over here if I can. Or I'll go around here and do the same thing. Pre-cut wires. Oh yeah, those will tuck right there. Okay. Let's see if I can form those into this cavity that's over here. It's not perfect, but pre-cut to length wires is what you get. I'm not going to make these a custom length. There we go. And you know, You just put the 40 fan into the LED spot? No, I didn't. I did not. That right there says LED, and that says hot end fan. And that's the, I did. I apologize. I sure did. Okay, let's try over here then. Yep. I feel bad for doubting you. Oh, I'm not even showing this on camera now. Let's see if I can get this in here. There's a nice little cavity over here. I didn't even need my glasses to see that. Yep, that was... There we go. That's better. And then this one goes over here. And tuck that into this spot over here. There. Nothing worse than perfectly placing wiring, having to undo it. I know, but good catch. I do appreciate that. And I apologize for saying that I had it right, because the whole time I was thinking, do I have this right? And I had myself convinced that the wire colors were that. This is a really tight fit here. This, yeah, I think this, the part cooling fan wire should be a little longer. I'm gonna note that for feedback, because this is going, I guess that can bend that way. That plugs in right there. Okay. Ooh. Right now, the Nighthawk is only available in this kit. They are making revisions. They're looking at, the last I heard was January for release. At least we got it fixed before we got the magic smoke, yes. There is a revision being done. Like I said, the revision is being done to this piece to add some protection circuitry. It works without it, but there are scenarios where you could have a problem. So instead of releasing it outside of this kit, honestly, but I'm sure anybody who's got this kit should contact their reseller when they get that fixed. Can one run a Voron with Marlin? Absolutely. Okay, that is there. That part's done. So now we have clockwork. So what do we have in here? We have things and things and things. So let's put this guy together first. Just make sure. And this. Looks like one of the JST connectors wasn't plugged in all the way. Yeah, you're right. I hope I would have seen that before I actually put it on. But there we go. And then this is a 16. Consider a Marlin Voron build, but that's because I'm really comfortable configuring it and tweaking it how I like it. What's your thoughts on dual X-axis on switchwire for IBEX-like machines? IBEX, what is IBEX? Dual X-axis, how would that look? Okay, so that's there. And now I'm going to use, what am I going to use? I need a grease. I need a grease. And I used up the last of this. I can't really get enough of that. One on either side. That poses all kinds of wiring and logistics fun. Looking, there's some grease. Woohoo, I have a whole other thing of grease. Ew. Let's just do that. I don't have an end. Get a little bit here and get it on the bearings here. There's a little napkin here. Just make sure I don't get it all over my desk. Well, I know what IDEX is, but they said IBEX. Of course I know what IDEX is. Okay, so a little bit, doesn't need a lot of grease. A little bit of grease on there. Hey Takuya. I have not made any real progress on Phoenix since getting back from Smurf. I've made some little bits, but nothing that's, I mean, like background stuff. Okay, so that's on there. You sure? Have you ever seen or built an IDEX before? IBEX is a goat, not an antelope. Okay, that is there. Close this back up. That is on there. And I know I saw little grub screws somewhere. There they are. Nope, that's the big ones. There's the little ones. The LH Stinger printer. LH Stinger. I have no idea what that is. If it's a generic Chinese pre-made printer, I don't really pay attention. Don't eat them. My focus is all on custom built printers. Now there is an exception to that. I do have a pre-order for the PO Polymagneto X in because that's the first truly different printer in a very long time. So I pre-ordered it. Okay, it's currently the world's fastest bed slinger, designed by a guy out of Iceland. Oh, is that okay? If it's not a Chinese thing, then I'd be interested in seeing it. I mean, it's not a generic Ender 3 clone printer. That's not what I meant. LH Stinger is something that was not on my radar, but I would be interested to see it if it's not another Ender clone or now bamboo clone. Why is that? Are these not? There we go. It's a very tight M3 grub screw. I've seen shorts of the Stinger a few months ago. It's super fast. Okay, we need to look at this then. Let's look at this. LH Stinger printer. Is the Ender K1 a bamboo clone? Ender K1. Creality K1? Well, it's release due to the bamboo. Sure. Let's see. LH Stinger is a no-compromise Cartesian 3D printer designed for speed and precision. It is created as a long-lasting platform for those who like to push quality or speed to the extreme. Okay. Need better pictures. We got one picture, or is there multiple pictures? Big dual 5015 fans. Where's, oh, so it's just a, okay, so stepper there. Looks like some sort of belted Z. Beefy extrusions. Okay. Yep. Check your Discord stream chat. Oh, what do we have? Stream chat. Oh, with the video. I'm not going to bother watching the video. I want to build this. But do you have any cross gantry printers? I do not. Yeah, it looks beefy. Bet he was using on YouTube was really cool. It was carbon fiber sheet heater. Okay. Voron has documentation on how to install and make it run. Maybe look there. It's quite a large footprint for a small bed. What size is it? Okay, we've got parts here. This guy goes in here, which means this goes here. This goes here. Try hit the flat spot. And I'm not going to tighten that all the way because I'm going to position it when I'm ready. Need the bearings. See you, Evil. Yeah, there's a link in my Discord. I'll check it out after stream. There we go. So I just put that bearing in, and I'm seeing that I forgot a, geez, there we, oh, wow. That got stuck on there. Why is that? Wow, the bearing got stuck on the end here. What is going on? Started to print the parts for the LH Stinger and gathering the parts. What's the estimated BOM cost? That is stuck on there. What is going on? Okay, well, let's loosen this and pull the whole thing off. Easier said than done. Why did that get so stuck on there? It's still stuck. Oh, there we go. Gee. I'm not actually filing it. It's just kind of rubbing to see if there's anywhere that catches. Yeah, there's a spot that's catching there. I don't know if it's on the shaft here or if it's in the bearing. Oh, where are we at? Oh, we got 3 minutes till Polymaker filament giveaway time. What is catching? I'm not feeling anything on here that should be catching. Hmm. But it is catching. Super light. Okay. Let's check the other one. Where's the other bearing? Does it do the same thing? Yeah, so it's the Bondtech shaft here. Okay. Let's see. We got giveaway time. This comes with a little bit of emery paper here, sandpaper here. Let's see if I can. Is it bearing or bad machining so it becomes a friction fit? Yeah. Just doing a little bit. Need some fine emery for that. Yeah. What I think I'm going to do is I have a polishing thing on my grinder over there. I'm going to do this and then I'm going to go and polish it. Have to go soon. Christmas dinner shopping trip. Awesome. Well, not awesome. That doesn't sound fun at all. Okay, we're going to do a giveaway right now. Let me do a quick run on the, actually it's a wire wheel, but it feels smoother. Yeah, why is that is not good. Okay, giveaway time. We'll get back to this. So, Polymaker filament giveaway. They are kind enough to let me give away 1 roll of filament every stream. Link is in the pin post or in the description. Yeah, you have a little bit to still enter. I will be closing it once I start counting down from 3. How's the CNC doing? Got any projects done already? Not really. I did cut some extrusions down with it. So I have cut aluminum on it now. But, yeah. So let's see. We have almost 400 responses. So when I haven't had a new one in 3 seconds, then I will close it. So right now I'm going to start the countdown. So 3, 2, oh, there's a new one. 3, There's a couple new ones. 3. Oh, there's a new one. 3. No, there's a new one. 3, 2, 1.5. Oh, there's a new one. Nice. I'm planning to surface the 3030 extrusions on my Phoenix for the rails. Nice. 3, 2, 1. Nope. 3, 2, 1. There's a new one. 3, 2, 1.5. 3, 2. Nope. There's a new one. Okay. I'm gonna count it down now. So if you haven't put it in, you're out of luck, and I've given you all the chances. So 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. I gotta get one more. We gotta get one more. One more. There we go. 3, 2, 1, done. 404 responses. Responses not found. I wish bill collectors counted like that. Okay, let's link this out. Everybody's trolling me now. It's okay. Oh, Bill, you got the very first entry in. And scroll, scroll, scroll. And Emmanuel, you got the very last entry in. That you are not found. Emmanuel is not found. Hopefully you're not Polar Ted club material. I mean, if you just entered, you better not be. Oh, wheel of names. Here we go. Let me delete last week's and paste this week's. Okay, yep, and that's the right one. Bill's there first. You can't see it, but it's the correct one. Oh boy. So let's just go between 1 and 23. Today's the 23rd. I've already used up all my energy on the 404 joke. 1 and 23. Yes. Let's go. I see a lot of 16s there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And spin. Got to be here. If your name is John, say something in chat. Wheel of Names has ads now. Oh, it's always had ads. I usually try to turn them off. Up Orb, are you here? Congratulations. Up Orb, are you here? You have 2 minutes to say something. Up Orb. Congratulations. Up Orb. Are you here? If you're in the US or Canada, then you get a coupon to the Polymaker stores. If you're outside the US or Canada, you get a list of filament to pick from. Up Orb. You have to say, direct my winning draw to Aaron in chat to claim the prize. Up Orb. You got 1 minute and 15 seconds. We got some time. There you are. Congratulations, Up Orb. You'll get an email from me probably Tuesday or Wednesday-ish. Unless I really get on the ball and do it today. Let's see here. Up Orb. There you are. I got you. Awesome. Congrats. Oh, plenty of time left. Okay, back to the build. Okay. We are having trouble with this. We are having trouble with this Bontex shaft here. It is not. It is either the bearings or the shaft. I don't have another setup handy, I don't think, that I can compare. I don't know that I even have, oh, I thought I ended that. I don't know that I even have some, I don't know that I even have some other bearings to try. I've tried both bearings that came in the kit. Oh, thanks, Death Cube. Doesn't matter, the shaft does not turn in the bearing anyhow. No, but, well, yes, it does matter. And I'll explain why in a second. Let me unpin this. I have been sanding it down. That's what I was doing this with. This goes into the printed part. This has to be able to slide in that in order for the filament to auto align in the path. If this goes in far enough to catch, and it's catching pretty quick here, that's where it's catching, it's not allowed to do that. So this is a problem that we need to fix. It's multiple bearings from the same package though. So yeah, both of them. So now is this going to, let's see if it's going to fit. This side is fine. That goes on and off just fine. Yeah, I just need to sand this a little more. I have, Brian, I haven't actually tried them yet, but the Phoenix here has the IGDA, RIGDA, whatever, gears on it. I just haven't set it up yet. Yeah, the bearing is, yeah, it goes on the same amount both sides. So it is annoying. I don't have any of the Physec gears. Yeah, I'm not removing any appreciable amount. I'm hoping to get something. Oh, I'm not set up to be able to do anything on the lathe. And I can't really grip it. I don't think there's enough there to grip it. Let me buff this down a little bit. Writing about problem is overcoming it with patience and determination. I'm not removing any appreciable material. It's Thanks, Jed. Appreciate that. I think it's just a matter of do this for a little bit. Well, these are genuine Bondtech parts. So I've had some manufacturing tolerances on the wrong side of good. I can't grip it. There's only that much. I don't think I can grip that with the drill effectively. I can try, but I don't know that I can grip it. Yeah, maybe. I don't feel anything on the other end. What do we got? Way better than the generic depinning tool I have. Just got a Molex Microfit 3 depinning tool with spring-loaded plunger. Oh yeah. Looks something like that. These are magic. These are pure magic. Ah, there we go. There we go. Okay. Just took a little more passes. Do I have... Okay, passed. So just because there's an opportunity to plug it, I do have that depinning tool in my Amazon store. So if you click on the link in the description, you can get to that depinning tool. So, hey, Alan. Well, that's annoying. Did I just try a different one? Is there a... That's weird that it went on so easily a second ago. Now it's still catching. And then this side's still going on and off just fine. Yeah, I didn't dent that. Got your little cat badge from Smurf. Awesome. I'm gonna do that just a little bit more because it's still catching more than I'd like. Thanks, Greg. Does the same tool work for both male and female pins? The thing I bought was a 2-pack. So, and the difference is between them is one of them has a longer section here, and that's for the male pin. The other one, if you'll notice the difference between these, is the length of that. This is for the female pin, this is for the male pin. Yeah, I saw the case. I haven't had a chance to print it yet. Okay, this is a little sidetrack. Okay, that I'm comfortable with. It's will slide there for enough distance that it won't get in the way. Okay, back to this. Which way was this? Yeah, just like that. And then not tight. Do you think there will ever be a V2 Voron IDEX official? I don't know. And this all started because when I pressed this in, it wouldn't pull out without pulling the bearing out. Now I can press both of these in. Okay. That in, make sure that, yep, goes in and nice. Isn't the Phoenix official? Yeah, but it's not a V2. Phoenix is definitely official. Oh yeah, the Knipex pliers are awesome. I did forget one heat set there, so let me get that in. Is CW2 required for ERCF V2? I know very little about the ERCF V2. However, I did look at their page, and CW2 and LGX Lite, that appears, are the two supported extruders. The only thing listed on Amazon is a deburring kit? No. Here. If you click on that, it goes, that's just the first product that's in the list. Here. Let me copy this. If you go to that link in the description and you click, you see this is tools I use. It just happens to be, that's the first thing on the list. If you click on that, then it takes you to a list of tools. And here's that J-Ready remover. Yeah, but that's just the way Amazon shop works, is this is just the first product. I don't know if I can go in and change that, but it goes there, and then it goes to the other things that I use. And I need to add to this. But long time listener, first time caller. I had to update Clipper in my MCU running Gemini V3, and now Clipper isn't starting or existing even after install. I'm not going to be able to effectively troubleshoot that for you here on here in stream. If you need to make sure that Clipper updated on both and that the versions on both are compatible with each other. If you updated Clipper and then updated the MCU, make sure the MCU actually updated is the first place I'd be looking. Just got that case from Kyle. Now I need to buy the extraction tool. Noga means leg in Polish. Okay, we are, so now these two can go, oh no, I got to put a heat set in. I got squirreled. Okay, this is the one that's a pain in the neck to get to because you can't go straight on it. But you can get some heat in there from the side. Get it in like that. Okay. That goes in there. And I gotta figure out all the M3 by cable kit, electronics kit, fasteners. 3 by 20, 3 by 25. Is that an M3 by 30? Yes. Now it's in 3 by 25. Thank you for showing what's missing. Okay, so this guy goes here. This guy goes there. And that's going to be the stepper. Now, what orientation do they want the wires on this thing? I think I'm going to go this way because I think that'll reach around doing like that. Yep. So that's there. And then we need a washer. Washer and 3 washer. And 3 by 8. So washer on this other pivot screw goes in there. Okay, not tight yet. Just kind of putting things together. Hey Jeff, Merry Christmas. I'd really appreciate that. You do a double cut, use the negative in the case to cut a positive model, then use the positive model to cut the Gridfinity base. This guy goes in. Oh, I need a M3 flathead, M3 by 6 flathead. It's this guy. Now this M3 by 6 goes up inside here into this. And to start, you just bottom this out, and we can adjust that later. Then this guy goes in, but I can do this first. Put that on, and this on. That goes in there. Make sure that still moves smoothly. Go there. This one doesn't get really tight. That goes in there. There we go. Make sure that moves freely. Okay, let's loosen this. Now we can set our backlash on this gear. So you want to be able to rock the white gear here back and forth. And there should be the tiniest bit of detected play. It should move smooth all the way around. I know it's not uncommon for the anti-squish thing to be good to back out. Have you had that happen on you? Not that I've noticed, and I'm actually forgetting to tighten the grub screw on the BMG gear. So I'll pull this out. Not that I've noticed, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to put a little bit of Loctite here just so it has something to hold it in. And I'll go ahead and do that. A little Loctite here would be a good thing on this screw. See you, Alan. That way that will kind of give it some vibration resistance. So okay, so I want to tighten the BMG gear there to where the filament path lines up. When this is around the middle of its travel. Probably something like that. And then I can move this back and forth. It's probably right there. Yeah. Yep, we are doing good. I can go back in, go back through there. Okay. Then this is going to come around here and plug into the Nighthawk. And there should be just enough room to put this guy right here. I think that's a 3x20. So we'd have to make sure it's going in the groove of the stepper for just a little extra space there. At least it should work. Foreign parts of design so the ABS shrinkage in mind. How do you compensate for it when you want to print other things in ABS? So in reality, the design of a Voron is ABS friendly, because in the dimensions that matter, you've got a sliding joint, right, on the extrusions or whatever. So I did not forget the little screw inside. It's right there. We can adjust it. Just a little bit. There we go. Just get to the point where it's just it's just barely grinding. There we go. That's where I want it. Okay, so that is CW2. Can we put the Nighthawk tool headboard on there right now? Is there any reason not to? While we're sitting here? Let's look at this thing. Are there any jumpers I need to pay attention to? No, there are no jumpers. Oh, no, never mind. Never mind. There we go. Remove all the extra things. Got a couple buttons, but there's no jumpers. It is what it is. Okay, so this is going to go on here. I need a little spacer there. Let's place. That's going to go something like that. These a couple of N3x8s or N3x10s, 8s. That one of these. One of these threads in plastic and the other one is loose. Bartos, thanks for being a member for 12 months. That should go right there. That and that in there like that. And that's on. This can just plug in. Like that. I think 101% in every case has been too much scaling anytime I've thought I've needed it. I'm actually printing a full set of Mark IV parts in Pre-Cement ASA, and I'm not doing any scaling. And I don't know if that's gonna be a bad choice or not, but my first pass at it is going to be 0 scaling. I've done other Prusa Mark IIIs in ABS and not done any scaling and been successful, so. Can you shift your overhead camera to the right a bit? Your hands are not visible if you do something on the left side of the table. No, well, I need to move and I need to zoom out probably a little bit. I need to pay more attention. For this build, we're using a revC Voron hot end. So let's get on to that next, I guess. Put this on there. Start with the 0.4 nozzle. Now I don't usually, so I usually run my hot end wiring a little different, but since this is a kit, let me see how we're doing for wire pathing. Wire paths. This does not use Voron tap. Voron tap is not compatible with Switchwire. I'm going to just put these screws in here just temporarily. You've printed about 5 sets of Mark IV parts for customers with no scaling, no issues. That's good to hear. What ABL? An Omron inductive probe. Okay, so if this goes here, and this is gonna go about here, the wire lengths, let's see what's going on here. How much extra do I have? Not enough. Okay, so I have to. Usually I will bend the, I won't bend the strain relief here. I go straight forward and then loop back and go through the wire path. I might be able to show that. Might be able to show that. Yeah, I usually do this and then run through, but this is when I'm using default revC Voron wiring. So I'm extending these wires anyway. So I give myself a little extra room, and then I'm not bending that heatsink at all. It's still out of the way. You don't see it when everything's installed. I do this. However, I don't want to extend these wires. I want to do the kit as it's supposed to be done. So I'm going to do the bend in the strain relief here. Have you seen the dual rail tap mod that uses the circuit breaking method instead of an optical sensor? If so, what are your thoughts? I've seen lots of options on that just break a circuit, and I don't have any thoughts contrary to that being a good idea. So I say, sure. I don't like this because when you're taking this off, it's not free. On this, everything's still just floating here. You don't have anything acting against you when you're changing your nozzles. This, it's hard to get a bend in here that's going to not put any extra strain on the thing. So I'm going to try bending this up a bit more. That. What's your favorite hot end to use if you could choose yourself? I like I do like the revC. Let's try that. That's better. That's better. And then I also shove the serial number thing here to that spot and then heat shrink it. There, and it gets out of the way. Okay, now that's going like that. It's the noise canceling is really good, Greg. Cat's watching me, so don't make a mistake. The pressure's on. Okay, I never remember, what is it, 28 millimeters? Is that the PTFE length for revC Voron? Feeling pretty reasonable about that anyway. Is it 28 millimeters? .30 millimeters and then trim back to 28. Let's try 28. Get all my stuff. That. And that. And that. I think that's good. So first of all, I'm going to put this in here. So this is a little jig. I think it's out on my GitHub that I use for cutting PTFE tubing flush. So I clamp that down so it can't shift, and then just use this as the, actually I designed it so I can set it here now, and then just cut straight down. And I can kind of scrape across it just to make sure it's nice and square. I am a day early in streaming. There's this big holiday that a lot of people celebrate that gets in the way. It's really unfortunate. So 28 millimeters, I think that's right. If it's not, we'll recut it. Oops. 28 millimeters. Take a chamfer bit and clear the entry. It helps a lot. Of course. Come on, Nappin. What do you think this is? This isn't the entry, though. I do that as the second operation. The exit doesn't matter. Now we put it in the other way. And we measure this out to 28 millimeters. Now we can cut this. Make sure it's flat. I gotta redo that print. Then, while it's still in there, I take my chamfer bit and give it a good little chamfer. This comes out, and then that chamfer end is on top, and that goes in there like that. Now, we do all of that, and we realize that it's probably only sticking out not enough, and find out that 28 millimeters was the wrong value, because it's only sticking off the surface here by like 7 millimeters. I thought it was 28. Hey, Dutch dude. Okay, what is the actual value? Is that in the Stealth Burner assembly guide? '28's the wrong value. Let's go see if we can find it in the... If 28 had been the right value, we would have been done quickly. But now I gotta look it up. Is it in here? Am I gonna have to save it because GitHub doesn't want to open a PDF that big? I know it's 11 millimeters from the top of the hot end mount. I think it's a 60-degree bit, Michael, that I'm using. Let's download this. Let's get down here. Let's see what the instructions say it is. If the instructions say. PTFE. It just says the 11 millimeters over the top. That's annoying. So if we hit, like I said, let me just double check my measurement here. If we are at, is that in there all the way? Yeah. That's at like 7 or 8. It should be 11, so we need to lay like 3, 31, 32. Let's do it again. I need to reprint this. I don't like this one. The first layer wasn't great, so it's not as nice to use as my other one. So this is 30 millimeters, the whole thing. So we're gonna go just a little more, and let's go 32 to begin with, and we can trim it down if we need to. There. Use 2ID, 4OD. For this, it needs to be the 2 millimeter ID. For this, you want the 1.9 probably. Let's see what this says. Yeah, 60 degree. You see there, it's 60 degree bit. Yeah, see that first layer isn't great. I need to reprint it. Okay, let's try this again. That's closer to 12, so I'm going to trim a millimeter off of this. I don't know if you can see that, but it's right at probably 10.8. That's fine. Run, hop off. See you, Colin. On a more positive note, my last big tool got almost delivered yesterday. Almost. What does that mean? That sounds like a FedEx problem. They almost delivered it, but they decided not to. Okay, tool head done. Oh, what do we have? What is the screw supposed to be for the cable cover? I just usually grab a screw. $16. Okay. almost won the draw this week. Okay, so lift the latch, the screw through here for the latch, the wire cover. UPS thing would be deliver only the shipping label. Yes. But anytime I'm gonna try to be funny about a carrier, FedEx is gonna be the subject of my ridicule. I will still take UPS over FedEx anytime. There we go. If you're using soldering iron that Steve got, you won't need the stand. Okay, it is looking good. What am I, where's my switch wire manual? Where did it go? Did I hit a different, oh, I clicked a link within it. There we are. Okay, I think we can put this on the printer now. Okay, let's put it on the printer. All the stuff out of the way. So this is going to move over in this little channel. This will do the same. We'll take the, there we go. So hopefully that will sit in there, and then the clockwork will go on top. Then an M3x8 to attach. Through here, yep. Then another one over here. There's that. And then, is there anything I'm missing here? Oh, this goes on here. It snaps into place. Oops. Get the wires out of the way. There. That's on right there. And this is the big, this is the really showing. There we go. That looks good. I like it. 3x20. 16s. 3x20. Why is that? Maybe it's 25. Creamsicle color vibes, yep. What printer do you use to print the tool head shroud? I just used my V2 because I need to sit down and do some familiarizing myself with the macros and stuff on the Tridex. I did manual filament swaps. Be sure to check the pin between the fan board and the tool board is lined. Yes, I did. As I plugged it in, I confirmed it was together. I did do that. I can see it through this when I was plugging it in over here. Not too tight. Go. And if we get all this up in here, just to kind of close it up so we can get a view of it. There we are. Looking pretty good. Hey Daniel, welcome. Happy Saturday. Tool head is together and on. We spent probably at least 20 minutes dealing with that Bondtech BMG shaft though. Everyone say hi Daniel, or hi Modbot. Yeah. The bearing wouldn't fit on it. The bearing was too tight on it. The little MR85 bearing was too tight. I needed to sand it down, but it took a little bit. I was trying to do it by hand, and then I finally broke out the drill. So. Next, it looks like we're into electronics and panels. And then at some point, I guess we put the bed on. Well, that's just Bondtech gears that they throw in. And I just hit the unlucky combination of probably tight bearings and the fit between the bearing and the BMG shaft. So anyway, next is going to be electronics. We're at the 4-hour mark on the day before Christmas Eve, so I think we're going to call it here. Yeah, but I'm really pleased with how this color scheme turned out. Really pleased with it. So yeah, next stream, we are doing a Charlie's Angels stream on next Saturday. I don't know what we're doing yet, but that will be the December Charlie's Angels stream. So especially if you became a member or got a gifted membership today, be sure to check it out. Next Sunday, I will be streaming for hopefully folks are mostly doing things later in the evening. Thanks, Daniel. And we'll still have enough people are available because we're going to continue this build on Sunday and see how far we can get. So I hope everybody has a happy holiday and at the very least a good rest of the weekend. We will see you before the new year, so don't need to cover that yet. So thanks for all the gifted memberships and for those that became members, and thanks to Polymaker for letting me give away a roll of filament. So we will see everybody on Saturday. So have a good one. Bye.